I'm not really planning on playing the game for quite a while yet. We'll go live on YouTube. It will be a wonder if we don't wall up anyone who tries to sing Wonderwall. Well, fortunately for you, I hate the song. You may remember that last time I did it, it was actually for charity. I cannot stand that song. I can't stand Oasis, really. So whingy. Monday. I was a Blur child. I liked Blur and Pulp. I did not like Oasis. Because they're so meh. If I could summarize Oasis in one sound, it's meh. Specifically with that head movement. Meh. They just irritate me, you know? I don't hate them. I think, you know, they're perfectly okay. They just irritate me. I just rather not look at them, you know? I just prefer Blur. I prefer Blur. I prefer Pulp, Suede. From that era. Ocean Color Scene. That's more my jam. Crowded House. That kind of thing. Prodigy. But not Oasis. But then I don't like the Beatles either, and they're basically the same thing, so... yeah. Pretty much anything except Oasis, yeah. It's just not my kind of music. I don't know. I just find them a bit whiny. Yeah, no, there's a few Beatles songs that I like, but generally speaking, I don't like the style. Does it? It might do. Yeah, no, it might do. I might need to go and live with the French. Yep. Or go and hide in the Welsh hills, one of the two. No, I don't think you can, Nico. No. Because the problem with that Wonderwall is it's such an iconic, famous song that covers of Wonderwall always sound shit. It's just one of those songs that just never, ever, ever sounds good as a cover. Because the problem is, it's such an iconic song embedded in our culture, especially as Brits, that we expect it to sound a certain way. And even if it's like the best musician, they always try and put their own little spin on it. So either someone's sort of like carbon copying it and just not doing it justice, or they're trying to put their own artistic spin on it, which with covers usually works really, really well. Like I love cover songs. If I don't consume much music content, but when I do, it's very often it's covers. And I love that. I love people who are taking a song and making it their own. I love it. But it doesn't work with Wonderwall. You can't do it. I understand the requirement, Commissar Flo. But no one else has this requirement, so no one has made the solution to this requirement. Do you not understand requirements and demand? Just because you need something doesn't mean that it should exist. I'm not making it. I don't need it. It already exists. It's called the game and a bit of clicking. I just, hang on. Frankly, I just don't feel like playing. I'd rather sit here and talk. There's no one here anyway, so I'd rather just sit here and talk. Well, I kind of just did tell them to make it. And they're like, yeah, but it's very resource intensive. Yeah, I know. But you're the only one doing that. They do have commissar. It's spelled with a K as well. Commissar. Water park sim requires no attention. I don't agree with that. Ooh, chat. For those of you who didn't see my Discord message, you might remember a few weeks ago I mentioned the fact that Microprose reached out to me and offered to give me their B17G, I think, model for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. There was a bit of a problem because I didn't have an account with the platform that they used to do that, but I've sorted that out now. So I now have, potentially, once I've installed it, a B17G for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 made by Microprose. So at some point, I don't know when, probably it'll be February now, at some point I will boot up 2024 and I will show off this B17. Which I can give you the link to the package. One sec. You're interested? Just like, why have you forgotten my login details? No, I didn't mean to download it. Nah. Links in chat. Yeah, I don't know Dutch. I have to figure out how difficult it is to fly first. Although I can, because normally when I do Microsoft Flight Simulator, I don't have any of the flight assistants turned on. Because I'm just that good. A bit of a panic then because this account's actually in my name. I was like, oh shit. So Microprose B17G Flying Focus. This is the one that I have. It is $29.99. It is made by Microprose, so it should be pretty good in theory. But yeah, how difficult it will be to fly, I don't know. So I might have to turn some of the flight assistance stuff in the simulator on in order to be able to fly it, because I'm, as you might have guessed, not a pilot. But it looks amazing. And so, yeah, then we could do some, like, historic flights. That'd be pretty cool. No, despite the fact that I can get a commercial pilot's license with all the assistants turned off in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, I am not a pilot. Yeah. The ball bearing factories, I don't know. High fidelity flight model built specifically for MS of 2024. Authentic 3D model, handcrafted 4K PBR textures. Fully modeled cockpit panels and instruments. Walk around support, so you can actually go back and walk through the aircraft, which is something that's just been added to it. Startup smoke. Authentic liveries. Optional modern avionics. That's interesting. I wonder how they've done that. Engine vibration effects, visible wear and tear, maintenance system, crew management. I think this stuff might not be released yet. Multiplayer animation. I don't know if this is in 2024 yet. I need to ask Boomfunk. Because one thing that I would really love to do at some point with Boomfunk MC, who is an actual pilot, is do a co-stream with him where he teaches me to fly. I've already asked him if he wants to do that at some point, and he said yes, like 3 years ago. I'm going to hold him to it. Stats rebuilds a Wellington. Might be a bit of a big project, considering I have no mechanical ability whatsoever. So yeah, at some point, we will show this off. But it looks pretty cool. Okay, thanks. I'll try to find someone with the knowledge I need. Programming in C# is my skill, but I do not know something about WoW's replay file. Okay. They're determined. Most of the people building Wellingtons had no mechanical ability. Yeah. Yeah. No. So no. It's just a conversation. So this was a player that I was chatting to. Do you remember on when was it? Sunday? Yeah, I think Sunday. This was the Shimakaze player who we had a really, really good battle with, and they very nearly killed me, and I was on like 33 health, and they didn't quite get it. And it's that player. And they have a requirement to take a whole bunch of WoW's replay files and turn them into video of the actual matches rather than a map render. And they're expecting a tool to exist to do that, and it doesn't exist. So they're like, but my requirement is this. I'm like, I know, I understand your requirement, but that doesn't mean the tool exists. So, sorry, I've been trying to get through this desk story for like an hour and a half now. So, once the stream is over, from that point until DRP starts on Thursday evening, I have like 36 hours, I guess, roughly, to including sleeping and eating and all that kind of stuff, to reconfigure my entire streaming setup. Not digitally, but physically. No pressure. As someone said earlier, like the pressure to get it done will be the fact that I won't have a PC set up, which is obviously like central to my life, and so I'll have a lot a lot of motivation once I've taken it apart to put it back together again. Chuck all the shit out the window. Build a desk, innit? Job's a good one. Pop the monitor. Oh, Bruce Lee's. You sweet, sweet summer child. This desk has to accommodate 4 screens, various peripherals, including 2 Stream Decks, about 6 USB hubs, an audio interface, all my other shit, including various connection things and volume things and pots of sweeties and post-it notes and speakers and all that kind of stuff. Plus lighting, plus cameras. It's not a case of just pop it down. It has to be all assembled and clamped and, you know. I do have a slight concern with this desk, the one I'm building, is that because it's a sit-stand desk and it's quite tall, I'm a little bit concerned that it might be a little bit mobile. Like it might have a little bit of give in it. And the problem with that, it's not like I don't care if my monitors move a little bit as I move around. The problem is that the camera currently, the way I have it set up, is sat on top of my monitor. And I'm a little bit concerned that the camera might wobble. So I might have to find a solution for mounting the camera to something that's not the desk. So, but fortunately, because as I discussed earlier, I have a room full of like studio equipment upstairs. I do have various mounts and tripods and all sorts of things. So I should be able to do that if that's a problem. You're looking forward to seeing Stats glasses up? What do you mean glasses up? Yeah, the table will be taller, Alec, but I'll be standing up. So I will look the same because my legs will be straight, but the desk will be taller. And so I'll look like this because I'll be standing up at a standing desk. But I'll be able to do something that I can't do right now, which is walk backwards. Right? I'll be able to disappear off into the distance in perspective, you know? I'll be able to bend down out of sight and go peekaboo. We could play peekaboo. Chat. I will be able to play peekaboo with you. How fun's that? I could rebrand as a peekaboo stream. It's a whole new genre. Peekaboo for adults. It feels weeb. It is edging towards weeb. You're not wrong. No, enable Twitch controls? No, that would, because it's a mechanical, so that would involve connecting like a power drill to it and then having chat control the power drill, which does not sound like a good plan. If it had been an electronic one, that would have actually not been that difficult. Because I got an Arduino in it. 4 power drills? Yeah, definitely 4 power drills, yeah. Object permanence, I know, so it'll be constantly surprising.
Armored Prey once said,
If switched to a peekaboo stream, I think that would be a bridge or two too far for me, lol.
We could try it out if you like. Peekaboo. Are we having fun? A peekaboo. No? Some of you are really into that, and some of you are like, no. That is weird. Don't do that. Peace and quiet does not like that.
Peekaboo.
If you have not played peekaboo with some kind of small relative, you have not lived. They love it.
Lakai CH said.
Pika CHU.
Yes.
Urban Hangman said.
Peekalabooboo.
No. Right. Right, chat. I should probably pretend that I'm going to play the game. How can we play whack-a-mole? So I've been trying to think. So Chris, I've been trying to think of, because you know how I have my Be Right Back clips reel? I've been thinking about making an alternative Be Right Back scene, which has a playable game on it that I write myself. That is chat interaction. I have a few ideas. Hangman actually wrote something like this. I think Hangman did a Hangman game. Did you ever actually use that, Hangman? I don't recall ever seeing it. Whack-a-mole, it might be possible. So you did? Did it work? So,
Dutch Eagly and Flyer said.
So will we now see a peekaboo demic in Eco after January 8?
Yeah, maybe actually. With the characters, I mean, the character wouldn't dip down though. That's the problem. But obviously, it reacts to the hands and stuff. So sort of, yeah. So I could program something where there's like a grid and a mole. If it's whack-a-mole, like a mole appears in the hole, and you have to do something in chat. Like you have to like guide a cursor, or a certain number of you have to type like the coordinates of the hole or something in order to whack the mole before it disappears. That could be possible. Well, if you prefer the BRB screen tilted, that means I have to do less stuff and can take longer breaks. So that's kind of a win-win. Fetters, welcome back. You catch him chatting? It's fine by me. Torpedo jousting. 2D torpedo jousting. So one of the other things I was considering was, you know how there's, I'm not sure which platform it's on. It might be Streamlabs, but there's a chat versus chat thing overlay that you can do, like a little sort of flash game thing. People can sort of appear on the screen and then battle other chatters. I was going to do something like that. Make it like, I don't know, like subs versus patrons, something like that. Battleship could work, yeah. We couldn't call it Battleship. We would have to call it Shippy Battle or something like that. Battle vessels. Grid ship combat. Grid-based ship combat, TM. Uses whispers to allow chat to set the word, and then you guess. Oh, cool. Nice. Sink the sub. Grid ship combat. It's a catchy name. I think it'll catch on. Shuttle bips. Uh-huh. Connect 4 is the best game ever invented. I agree. I love Connect 4. I used to play Connect 4 as a kid all the time. I love Connect 4. That would also work, yeah. Right. I need a little bit of potential damage. So let's just grab that quickly. And then we can figure out what else we want to do. Isn't Connect 4 one of the games that should always end in a draw? That's a really good question. Yeah, I suppose it should do. Just so incredibly complex that the chances of a player making a mistake is quite high compared to, say, tic-tac-toe. Or noughts and crosses, as we would call it. But then you could probably make the same argument for chess. And as the complexity grows, the reality that no one should ever win gets further and further from the practical reality. And that's how free will works. Because you don't have free will, but the complexity of your brain makes it look like you do have free will, despite the fact that you don't. That's very interesting. All right. We're just going to JB. Free what? Exactly. Free Willy, yeah. Yours is very expensive. Can we hire it out? Do you rent out by the hour or by the day? Solicitor. After he told you that, did you get an invoice? Yeah, I'm having a conversation. Having a conversation about rendering replay files. It was free advice for your dog pro bono. Uh-huh. Right, we got a Miney, McLeanberg, a Pomanb, Jean Barbe. I'd like to pop the Minotaur. That'd be nice. You had Famel? No, that was different.
Maynardin said.
Hello, Mr. Bloke. I need you to create an app for me to play my
No.
old replays. Thank you in advance.
No. The thing is, these days, you could probably take a WoW's replays file, go on to GitHub Copilot, give it an example or 10 of WoW's replay files, which probably breaks the terms of service of Wargaming. So don't do that. And then say, hey, GitHub Copilot, could you please write me a program that renders this into video? Thanks very much. And it would probably do it. His coding AI is getting pretty good. No, CC, we're talking about rendering. We're not talking about rendering the map. We're talking about rendering this. Everyone's like, huh? I was just thinking if someone were to upload a replay file, or WoW's replay file, into something like GitHub Copilot, would that break the EULA or Warships or Wargaming? Probably would do. There's something that renders video, TC. Are you serious? So an actual video of the actual match, so you don't have to record it locally. Really? Who's paying for that? Because that would be insanely expensive. Go to limit La Havre or Stalingrad? Ooh. The only thing that is good about Stalingrad is the guns, but they are so good. Le Havre is much more interesting. So if you're looking for an interesting ship, I would go with Le Havre. If you're looking for just smackability, or ability to smack, Stalingrad, you can't beat those guns. They're some of the best guns in the entire game. I love those guns. But you have to just accept the fact that they're mounted to, you know, Stalingrad. It's a good looking ship as well. Technically, yes, in practice, direction would depend. Yeah, exactly. I'm just saying technically. Technically, you shouldn't do it.
Hello.
Hello, Shibas. Smackability sounds like a naughty website. Smackability.com. I probably wouldn't see if that's a thing if I were you without safe search turned on. It uploaded them to YouTube. Oh, interesting. I wonder who was doing that and how they were paying for it. Because, like, video render would be insanely expensive. So the compute power for that would not be cheap. See, now, if that Halland had not got spotted, I wouldn't have been able to do that. Pens of fire and an incap, decap, incap, incap. I'm getting incap and decap mixed up recently. Pop. I love submarines. Put more in the game, please, Wargaming. Evan, look, a demand signal. A clear, well-stated demand signal. This is a rare thing. It's in all caps as well. They must really want it. Make them expensive.
Bang, 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 bang. Bang, 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 bang.
I didn't see where that came from. Here somewhere. It's right there. Yeah, I'm really surprised we don't have a Japanese subline as well. I was expecting that pretty soon after the subs got completed. No. I need 1.5 million potential. I have 150,000. Because I had to put myself here in order for anyone to actually shoot at me. I don't know where it's going. Please don't be looking at me. Shit. Oh. I just popped my reload booster, and I don't need my reload booster. I'm alive, so I'm not going to complain. Why is President Roosevelt being rude to me? Damn it. I did no potential damage in that match. Holy crap. In the middle of the map. Valparaiso, I nearly played Valp. I'm a bit distracted, so I decided not to. Send me the site. Ah. Oh, it's replays well. Okay. Does it still do it? Interestingly, the first replay it showed me was from a player that I know. So if I look at this replay and I download it, what do I get? Yeah, so all you get, TC, is what happens when you upload to this site, it renders the result screens. And then when you download, you just get the WoW's replay file. I don't think this even does a minimap render, does it? I think it's just a place to hold and share your replay files. Have a YouTube channel with all the replays, every single replay that gets uploaded. Because if that's the case, that's the solution for this guy's problem. Every single one. You don't know that, Quiet.
SPR 101 ST said.
Click the ship.
Did you hear that, WG? Stats wants more subs. Make it happen. Time to
Oh.
introduce American and Soviet nuclear subs, and let the American subs have Harpoon
Okay.
missiles to hit ships anywhere on the map while at
So
periscope
TC,
depth.
so TC Templar, is that, sorry, I'm really interested in this because I want to help this person. So is that YouTube channel, my guess would be that the person who owns the YouTube channel is taking those Rails replay files and they're doing what Jingles does, and they're manually recording it and then publishing it. It's not automatically generating and uploading stuff to the YouTube channel. Right? It's not publishing every single replay that people upload onto the YouTube. So it's not a tool that's creating video. It's a professional content creator who is using people's replay files to make money. It does it automatically and publishes it to the YouTube channel? I'm finding that hard to believe. Because that would cost them an enormous amount of money. I can't believe they're making that back from the channel. So in the past 24 hours, they've published 10 videos. So does that mean only 10 videos have been 10 replays have been uploaded? Or does that mean they have rendered 10 of them? I think they are doing it manually. I would guess very strongly that they are cherry picking replays to upload to the YouTube channel. There's no way that they're rendering and publishing every single replay that gets uploaded. They're basically offering a service for people to upload and share their replay files as like a repository. And then on the back of that, they're making money by cherry picking the best games and publishing. Oh, sure, Templar, but how many replays were uploaded today? And is it more than 8? Because if it's more than 8, it's not doing it automatically. Sorry, more than 10. Because they've published 10 videos in the past 24 hours. So I don't think it's programmatically generating a video. I think someone is setting either via some kind of automation or literally manually is recording those replays. Yeah, I don't know.
Pork
But that would be my guess. Thank you very much, Black Mark. Welcome. How you doing? Today is a very, very relaxed day. I am mostly talking with a tiny bit of playing in the background. Yeah, so as TC says, it would be pretty easy to for science it.
Tenacious Greg resubbed with Prime for 5 months total. Rocket launch detected.
What do they mean by capital mark? Tenacious Craig, thank you very much for the 5 months. Thank you very much for the Prime. You will be immune to ads for the next month. Carrying game with Jakuma 2. Oh, nice. For those who just joined, we're having a conversation with this player who we met a few days ago about minimap rendering. Oh, sorry, replay rendering, which is becoming quite interesting. Oh, interesting. So TC says that 3 replays that he's uploaded have become videos. Let me answer this question first. Videos. Oh, it's unlisted. Ah, okay, interesting. So I wonder how they're doing that then. So if it is actually programmatically generating video, I wonder how they're doing that. The only way I can think of doing that, unless they... Because they would have to include the game, right? That process would have to include running the game. Yeah, they must have some super janky like process set up. I'd love to know how they've done that. Yeah, thanks TC. That's really useful. Replayswows.com, Denusa. It's a very well-known website in the community. I just didn't realize it did video render. Well, so the battle, yeah, so the battle results. So part of the... if you open a WoW's replays file in a text reader, you'll see that half of the file is human readable because it's JSON, basically. It's Wargaming's own particular brand of JSON, which is not standards compliant, by the way, which is super fun when you're trying to program with it. Because Wargaming use numbers as keys, and you shouldn't do that in JSON. But the second part is bytecode. So I think the data about the data that you need to render the results screens is human readable because it's in the JSON. Combination of JSON and API calls. Because that's how I do this. Partially. I haven't decided if this cat looks cute or evil. Can't decide if that cat is like, I'm going to sit here and like put my head slightly forward in the hope that you pat me on the head. Or whether it's like, touch my present and you die. I'm going more with the touch my present and you die. Did I say numbers as keys? Yes. I was having trouble compiling some code because the C# render was like, that's not JSON. Like, yeah, but it's what I've got to work with. I'm like, it's not JSON. Yeah, I know, but can we please ignore the fact that that's not JSON? Okay. Because Wargaming use in the key value pairs, Wargaming use ship ID numbers because every ship in the API has an ID number. And they use the ID number in certain places in the JSON that's used in the API as a key instead of a value. Because it then becomes the key for some other data to do with the ship. And which, like, is a database thing is fine. Like that's a perfectly fine data structure. But in JSON, that's not allowed because keys have to be alpha, not numeric. Specifically cannot be numeric or alphanumeric. They have to be alpha. Just because that's the ISO standard. Maybe there is a GitHub. Yeah, the player ID. Yeah. There's a few places where they do. And if you run any of their JSON through a JSON, like a validator, it goes like, that's not JSON. Red. There's a few other little weird things they do as well. I can't remember what, like using, I can't remember now. So there was a few things. It was numbers, and then there was also like they use nesting in a non-standard way or something like that. I can't remember. The history of JSON is one log sequence. Well, that's just like your opinion, man. Pretty much, yep. That is definitely the case because there's no particular reason why that decision's been made. It's just that's the standard. So it depends on how you know anal your compiler is going to be. Whether it goes like, yeah, that's all right, I'll just deal with it. Indentation, yeah, it could be something like that. Hi to chat. Oh man, I love chat. Hi, Ron. Yeah, well, good luck with that, Flo. All right, so I still need like 1 million, right? Yep. Which, you know, should be easy, right? Are they doing something wrong? No, because it's, you know, it's in-house. It's an in-house API written in-house for in-house use. Personally, I would argue that standards should always be adhered to, because then it makes your solutions more adaptable and future-proof. Because then if you take an internal tool and you try to make it external, you don't have to rework it. Which, of course, is the whole point of standards. Haunt the Smolensk. Yes. Yes, indeed. I've got a better spawn this time for potential. Although I guarantee it will be the Shima or the Jaeger over here. Oh, man. I'm both extremely excited and very apprehensive for the next 24, 48 hours. Did you not listen to the first hour and a half of the stream? Because I'm doing my desk. It could turn out to be everything I ever dreamed of and exactly what I want and be amazing. Or it could end up being a little bit frustrating. Oh, but you're not actually here. I thought you were typing. So basically, TLDR, I'm going to be redoing my entire physical stream setup over the next 24 to 48 hours. Bonk! I just cross-mapped to destroy it. Just before eco, because of eco, basically, because I want to change to a standing desk. Because obviously eco means sitting down for even more hours than I already am, and my body is starting to really suffer from sitting down all the time, and that has to change. So I have invested in standing up so that I don't die. Because if I'm going to do the streaming thing for a bit longer, I need to not be doing that. And because eco will probably mean like 12, 14-hour streams, I decided now is the time. I won't do it now. I won't do it. You want a standing desk? Yeah, I'll let you know what I think once I've used it. But I haven't used standing desk before because I used to use one at work. Back when I had proper job. It's part of my job was coming up with alternative working spaces, and so I was trying to test that out. I can't see anything. but everything can see me. Not out in the sun. No, I was underground. The reason that I posted that photo was because if you look very, very carefully, you can see the IKEA logo in the background. We are just gonna back off. Well, I might shoot that. If we can kill the enemy Jean-Bart, that would be good. What is that dispersion? Holy crap. Didn't get dark until 1610. It's gonna be summer in no time. Battle of the secondary ships that shouldn't be secondary ships? Yep, I think so. Zed, please kill that and stop it coming around the corner. Please don't die before I get a shot at it. Don't do it. Don't die. Yeah, no, me too, Sam. I mean, like, you notice how quickly I moved my aim back, right? Because that was what I was expecting to happen. Like, oh, I'm going to take the shot of the battleship, and then it's going to pop up immediately, of course. Also surprised. Come on. I was hoping the Incheon would stay spotted, but it hasn't. No, wasting reload booster. Hi. Oh god, please die. Nottingham have torps? It does have torps. But it has to show me broadside to use them. Ish. Here comes a Jaeger. I think it's stuck. I think it's stuck too. I think it's also going to smoke and then shoot me. Pretty sure that's inside your bloom, Nottingham.
Tigers Dan said.
Pretty sure.
Significant salutations to you, numerical information gentlemen. Or as a friendly Birmingham taxi driver would say, oi oi
Why am I hearing that in my head as in the tune of that Christmas song? Do 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 do. Oh, how does it go? Oh, what? How does the tune go? What's that? I can't think of the lyrics either. And you merry gentlemen. Do, 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 do. That one. It's a really pretty song. I can't remember what it's called. God rest ye merry gentlemen. That's the one. I love that song. It's very pretty. Bonk. Reverse! Reverse! Ah! We have made a mistake. Have you seen where the comma goes? No, I haven't. That sounds amazing, though. What, in terms of the main, like, title lyric? God, because God rest the merry, comma, gentleman, I'm assuming is one of the arguments. Set your Steam profiles to eco people? Yeah, so we should have a video coming out. Unfortunately, I'm streaming, so I can't be monitoring what the rest of the DRP team is doing, but I have given them a video that they can publish if they want to. I've given it to Grumbles. It's not secret or anything, so I could just give the link to people. About instructions on how to change your Steam name. I did not see that. Yeah, I asked Grumbles to circulate it. So I thought it was going to get published a bit quicker than it has been, because apparently it hasn't been. So technically that's not released yet, but whatever. All right, that should do it. But yes, if any of you listening to this are playing in Dimworld RP Eco on Thursday, if I were you, I would change your Steam name now. Because what tends to happen, so there are two groups of people who forget. One is the, I don't want to change my Steam profile name because I don't want to lose my account name, even though that's not how that works. And then there's the people who mean to do it, but then are so excited about joining the server that as soon as they, like, oh God, I can join, the server's open. And they, without even thinking about it, they open Econo and join the game, and they haven't changed their name. And so there's those two camps. And so we're trying to combat both of those camps. So hopefully that video, which Bodis can push out whenever he wants to, because I'm busy right now. And so I'm not. Bodis, just so you're aware, are you actually here yet? Can you tell me when you're actually here? Because I need to talk to you. We need to talk, Bodis. Yes. So from now, because obviously I'm streaming, once this stream ends, Bodis, I am taking my streaming setup apart and changing it and putting it back together again. So I am, obviously right now, I'm not, you can't hear me. Can you just please, like, can you just, 30 seconds. 30 seconds, Bodis. It's just a PSA. Just to say that I'm streaming right now until the end of my stream in a few hours. And then I'm literally taking my streaming setup apart. And so for the next 36 hours or so after the stream ends, I'm not going to have a setup. And so I'm not going to be monitoring Discord. I'm not going to be doing anything. And so if you want to like publish that name video, please just do it. I'm not going to be doing it now because I've run out of time to do things. So if you want to take that link and shove it somewhere, like, go for it. I've already given it to Grumbles to circulate within his group. So please, if you want to push that out, don't wait for me to do things. Please just do it. Please acknowledge receipt of message. You're a dick. Thank you for the raid bonus. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Funnily enough, coincidentally, we were just talking about name changes, and I was trying to remind people, because there are a few of my viewers who are going to be playing, just trying to remind people to go and change their Steam names and their Discord names, and that there will be a video coming out shortly explaining how you do that. Is the file in the drive? No, but the link is there to the Discord. Do you need the file? If you need the actual file, I can give it to you. Because I can just shove it in the drive now. Yeah, okay, yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that immediately. Give me a sec. There's some other ones I probably also need to put in. Excuse me, chat, 1 second. DRP business. Nothing to see here. Please move along. Footage. Release. So I made a folder called releases. It'll be in there. And this one is not AV1, so you won't have any problems viewing it. But it does mean it is quite large. Uploading. And because my internet is the size of a freaking oil tanker, it's done. Despite the fact that it's half a gig. I love my internet. Right. Oh, Bodus. I did a first login so that I could change my Steam name back. And it took me quite a long time to download the mods. I think it was 15 minutes, just so you're aware. Yeah, I'm aware. You just might want to warn people. You might want to warn people when they connect that it might take a minute. Yeah, it's fine because you can just leave it, but it will take a minute. Unless I guess we could maybe make the mod zip available or something. Yeah, potentially TC. Well, maybe we can look at that. At least we could do some. Maybe we could do some kind of like peer-to-peer model where like we just pass it around amongst each other. Yeah, exactly, Bodus. It's a good plan. It's a good plan. I think I talked to Azzy. I think I persuaded Azzy that turning on the queue might be a good idea as well. So I think he actually did that. Because I reminded him that that's a feature. Yeah, but for the people that do know how to do that, we could certainly put, like, because it's just, you just go and find the folder locally and just zip it up and pass it around. We could easily pass around a zip. Not formally, but just like, you know. I was going to send mine to Grumbles. Cheers, Andrimna. There will be some ship streams during January, just not as many. Yeah, it's a bonus. That's now in the drive. It's called Name Change, and it is in the footage releases folder. But because it's not AV1, because I didn't transcode it, it's 460 megabytes. Can you change your Steam name to Stats and Roleplay Stats? On Dimworld RP, no, because that contravenes the naming rules, which state that you cannot impersonate a real person. So, on other roleplay systems, yes, you may be able to do that. On Dimworld RP, I'm afraid that contravenes the name rules. But please feel free to change your name to something else that is compliant with the naming rules, which can be found at dimworld.net/rules. Aren't I a character? Well, I'll take that as a compliment. Stream mostly days? No, actually. So because, you know, the group that I like playing with obviously is the Barovia group. I like interacting with them. But because Grumbles has changed his streaming schedule, he's going to be on much later than he is normally, traditionally, if you see what I mean. And so actually, no. So I'm probably going to be, I will be starting earlier sometimes, but probably I'm going to be streaming around about my normal slot. I would guess. It's going to be hard to say until I get going, but like, because it depends who I end up interacting with as to when I'm going to want to be on and streaming. Because if I fall in with a group who are like NA people, then it's going to be later. If I fall in with a group who are kind of EU people, then it's maybe going to be earlier. It just depends who I end up interacting with. Who knows? We'll see. But no, so because the reason for season 1, the reason why I was starting at the arse crack of dawn was so that I could sync up with Grumbles and that group who were sort of daytime. But now that Grumbles has changed his schedule, I don't have to do that anymore if I want to play around Grumbles, which for me is amazing. TC's hoping to do 2 to 3 hours each weekday and weekends. Hangman, so TC's going to be doing some streaming. Hangman might do some streaming. I'm going to be doing some streaming. Grumbles is doing streaming. Bodus will be streaming. Who else have we got? Peace and Quiet's going to be streaming. Catray. Cletus. Mitauchi. Mic'd Up Gaming. We've got a whole bunch of streamers. It's quite a few. And so there, hopefully, for most of the time, there's going to be someone streaming DRP, which is cool. So you'll always have someone to watch, hopefully. You made quiet mode? Nice. Yeah, it's quite important. I'm going to be doing a custom gentle mode for Eco. I have time. Yeah, no worries, Minotin. You don't. There's no pressure. We're just happy to have you. Fake urban hangman is just Templar, yes. Who has returned from his being AWOL. All right, so that's Dockyard Dunzo. As I said, I'm probably not going to be able to finish this. Because some idiot put an eco season in the freaking way. Okay. What now? Did I finish the sub? I think I did, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Did we finish? Have I finished all my new ships on this account? I'm pretty sure I have now. I do Roussillon. Roussillon. Où est ma Roussillon? Mon Roussillon? Ma Roussillon? Je sais pas. Am I going mad? Is Roussillon a battleship? Why can't I see my Roussillon? Hello? Huh? I've lost it. What the? Oh, there. Yes, no, I literally am Grignol. Yes, I have a problem with that. I don't know why. I don't know why. So many times, Wargaming released 2 ships at the same time, and I end up getting them mixed up. Happens all the time. There are so many examples of that. Some idiot decided to turn over his streaming activities to eco for a month. Look, I think of it as a bit of a vacation, right? It's a bit of a busman's holiday for me. Because I don't take vacations. So this is my vacation. Good night, TC. Looking forward to Thursday. Yes, secondary spec. No, I think I did respec it. But more importantly, did we finish it? Yes. So what? Okay. So I had a couple of ships that were broken. And using this new fancy pants filter, I can sort of see that now, because we can go victories less than 50. You have a DRP question? Oh, did I fix it? I fixed it. No, okay. A DRP question. Has the server launch time been published? So, it's really funny, right? So, the answer is no. However, something really funny happened. Someone asked Grumbles on his stream, what time, it might have been you, what time does it start? And Grumbles said, Lima said it's 8 p.m. European, so 7 p.m. UTC. Because Lima asked, apparently, and told Grumbles the time that he was told. But someone in the DRP Discord, who might have been one of you, it might have been Hangman, it might have been TC, it was someone in this community, said, but something like responding to someone else's comment, but the server starts at 8 p.m. CET. To which the admins replied, does it? Because we haven't published a time. I don't think we even decided a time. So the answer is no. There hasn't been a time published. That's not because we're keeping it secret. It's just because we haven't decided yet. But I think it's quite likely that it will be around about 7 p.m. UTC. That would be my guess. And that is a guess because I don't know. That's me guessing as a community member rather than as an admin. So, so that would be my guess. Yeah, like mid to late evening European time, which would be sort of like early lunchtime to early afternoon NA. That would be my guess. I can't have said when it was because we haven't decided on a time. We certainly haven't published a time. So whenever I've been saying, oh, I think it's blah, 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 that's literally a guess. Because I don't know when it is. However, like there will be information because we're getting into the like the final bits of the organization stuff, and I can see the admin team are in voice together right now, so they'll probably be pushing out information while I'm live, so that could change if they decide to publish a time. Then obviously tomorrow there'll be stuff coming out as well. As they finalize things like the mayor's guide and the name change thing and all the other stuff. Right. I am in a distracted but extremely calm mood. So let's... what was it? It was Numancia? Yeah. It should be good, Bruce. I mean, like, the amount of preparation that the team has done. I've done a fair bit of work on, like, the videos and stuff, but I haven't really been involved in the in-server prep. Not at all. Aya and Outlaw and Bodis and Mitt and Demorals and Stealth and Mick, like quite a few people have been involved for several weeks now in preparing, developing, testing, retesting, and now they're setting up the final server over the last week or so. So there's a huge amount of prep that's gone into this season. Season 1 wasn't quite as much work put into it. So we should be pretty well prepared. And so then hopefully that gives us a nice platform. Also, since last time, the game itself has had a lot of updates. So it's a lot more stable. The performance is a lot better. The voice performance is flawless pretty much now, because on the test season we had the new version of Vivox, and that is amazing. So there shouldn't be any voice issues, which is nice. They fixed the voice. The only thing you sometimes have to do is if you travel a long way into a different chunk, you still have to do the unstuck thing, but that's no big deal. But the whole thing about, like, if there's too many people on the server, some people just don't get a voice service. And like the stuttering and the delays, that's all gone. All that's gone. So hopefully you don't have to worry about voice at all. And then the game itself has had updates because you can now you can do free placement. So you're not limited to the grid when you're placing things like chairs and torches and that kind of thing. And like wallpaper and banners and flags and whatever, you can put them wherever you like. Which for sort of like creative build, which goes hand in hand with RP, is amazing. Because you don't have to have the isometric, like the square, like table, chair. Like you can actually make it look more organic. You can make it look lived in, because now you can have a table and then you can put the chairs at like organic angles and still sit in them. You can make everything look a lot more natural, which goes a huge way, because people will find creative ways of using that system to build really cool things. And so the game world is going to look amazing. Because people tend to be very clever when it comes to using things like that. Right. We are. Oh man, do I need to? Hang on. Does this work? Oh, it's back. It's not that bad. It's bad, but it's not that bad. So Don, technically, early access is a test round. Because they use the fact that early access means that the rollout is gradual to continue testing with a wider pool of real players. And so technically the balancing continues through early access. Any clues as to my character? I am going to be doing the same character that I was playing on the test season. Which, because I didn't stream that much the test season, some of you might not really be familiar with. Anyone who was playing on the server will be familiar, but viewers not. So the character's name is Shinsuke Katagiri. Katagiri Shinsuke. And I'll explain the backstory when I start streaming, but basically he's a failed Yakuza. On the test season, he tried to, so he got kicked out of the Yakuza and managed to escape alive, but tried to form his own criminal gang on the test server and completely failed because no one was interested. And has now decided, and this is where his story will start on the season, he's now decided that he wants to go straight. So he's going to be trying to do an honest business, back to his roots. And then, you know, I'm leaving the door open for maybe some shenanigans, you know? We'll see where that goes. Is the Wargaming server. I think Wargaming have more than one server. I think they have hundreds. So which particular service are you interested in? You're talking EU, NAC, your game server, website, like which bit of the service? A little bit of crime in maybe. Yeah, we'll see. So one of the things that I learned when I was doing the test server was that being the crime admin who is responsible for setting up crimes and helping people to commit the crimes in their characters doesn't go very well with being a crimer character. It's a bit of a conflict of interests. And so I want to play a character who's not doing much of that, if any of that. But I'll leave that possibility open, just in case. Oh god, that's a Punk's Montana. So yeah, I'm gonna be mostly playing it straight. But you know, maybe there'll be a little bit of a temptation there to do stuff occasionally. Because, you know, after all, he is an ex-gangster. While he, you know, intends to go straight, that doesn't necessarily mean that he'll manage it. And punish that broadside. Nice bit of burst. Managed to keep that Montana outside my bloom as well. Will CCs have to buy the Sakoof? Do you know how it's... Because I don't know anything about that grunt. Do you know how it's being released? Because I don't. Because if you tell me how it's being released, I can probably answer that question. The answer to this question is obviously very complicated. Either that or Grant's just spilled his tea. Free from this battle. I thought that said flee from this battle. No. Must kill it. It must die. Okay. Poor Carolina, Bada, jump and grind. All right, Bruce. Have a good day. Hey, John, how you doing on YouTube? Welcome, welcome. You are very lonely over there, but welcome nonetheless. The YouTube side of my streams is mostly just a video storage mechanism for me. It doesn't get much in the way of chatters. If you want to feel like you're with other people, come over to Twitch. But if you want to stay over there and hang out, that's cool too. I thought we were winning. We're now not winning. These guys are kind of overextending into a group. Wish this poison would stop running away quite so much. Oh, really, GG? Yeah, that's not great. Can you maybe remap a different key? Like, find a key that you're not using and remap it. So I would imagine doing that on Linux is probably pretty easy. You've never been called a storage device. Yeah, YouTube for my live streams is mostly just a way of preserving my VODs. But if it's if people want to watch on YouTube, that's cool. That's fine by me. It just means that you miss story time. Yes, DG, I am aware. Where's my caliber? No, don't turn in. Oh, man, I thought you were going to give me a nice squishy broadside. No? Oh, fuck. Ugh. Ow. You're not alone, John. Yay! No, there are a few people lurking over there. Because some people just prefer YouTube as a platform. Also, technically over there, the video quality should be better. Because YouTube lives in the future. And offers AV1 encoding. Whereas smelly Twitch doesn't. Poison, what are you doing exactly? Can you help me, please? Does they have hoverboards? Oh man, I don't think they have hoverboards. I think Floatplane has hoverboards. key exists in the function key enabled number pad. There you go. Right. Are you gonna help me with this, Missouri? Now that you've finished hiding? Oh god, he's caught me in the middle of a turn. Ah! Where's the shot? Where's the shot? Where's the take the shot? Take the shot. Did he go there? No, he's not. Oh, you missed. You missed. Get good. It's because I have flappy wings. Flappy wings for the win. You've been using an on-screen keyboard. Another way you could do it is with voice recognition. Like set up software so that it types a hyphen or a dash every time you say dash. Yeah, no worries, John. Totally understand. Like, if YouTube is good for you, that's cool by me. It's just that there's way more people hanging out on Twitch. Alright, I'm gonna go for the high temporal DPM. The concentrated DPM. Because I was hoping that that would do a tiny bit more damage and let us kill him, but apparently not. Nah. He's not having the luck. He's not having the luck. Okay. I will cap A. You can go back behind your island. Missouri, yeah, exactly. Or as I like to call it, Crapowa. This is winnable. This might be winnable. The Shima, I think, is in C. It might be the Slava. The trouble is, because I haven't rendered those ships for a long time, I have no idea what their health pool is. Don't forget that if you don't physically render, digitally render the ship, your sidebars or your mods won't update the hit point pool because you don't know what it is. I don't know if we're going to win this.
Oh my god, guys.
Are you the Missouri? GG's. You got robbed on a couple of shots. You got totally robbed. When you caught me broadside with the radar, I thought I was dead. Why didn't you shoot me? Was it because your guns weren't pointed the right way? Like, I was like, oh, shite. I'm so dead. Just so you know, there's going to be ads in 60 seconds. Other streaming platforms are available. Oh, you're in Missouri. I wasn't insulting the state. Sure, the state is lovely. Oh, I'm spotted. What the? Nice talks. Hi. You didn't think that through, did you? Of course there's a plane. Those shells flew really weirdly, and then the ribbons were super delayed. You're a Virginian? Just be careful how you type that. Oh my god, I landed 2 shells from those 3 volleys. Ugh. Oh, that was quite close. Yay! For fuck's sake. I do not have the luck with this ship. Can't remember now who asked me to play this. Don't think it was Diego this time, but it was one of you lot. Long Zakoof post? Oh man, why? Yeah, it's 500. We get the Zakoof via a Salvage for Victory event. If CCs in the past have been given Salvage for Victory ships, then I'd expect it to be the same. This time around, we buy the ships with coal and or red economic boosters. So the line is that if the ship is available as a premium ship, as a cash ship that you buy with a literal credit card, then we get it. There's some way to monetarily gain the ship, whaling a dockyard, just buying an Admiral pack, literally going to the shop and buying the ship straight up, like however it is that you can get it using real money, then we get it. If it's a resource-only ship that you can only get by using in-game resources like steel or coal, then we don't get it. But typically, historically, coal ships have always also been premium ships. And so generally speaking, we've always got the coal ships. Steel ships are almost always non-cash buyable. And so typically we don't get steel ships. You can whale the dockyard, so we get those. So if it's a Salvage for Victory that has no doubloon input and you can't buy it via an Admiral pack, then probably we won't get it, would be my guess. The thing is, now that I've dropped out of being able to get all the ships other than Alpha and Beta on my main account, I don't really care anymore about not getting a ship because I'll just do my rank challenge on my press account because, you know, I've already crossed that line because I already have several ships that are only on my press account, so it doesn't really bother me anymore because I can't have them all anyway. I don't know, Templar. I have no idea. Grant miner. That is not the kind of thing that I keep track of anymore. Hey, Door Handle, how you doing? Bit of a busy week, but yeah, good. Cusp of completely changing my physical stream setup, which is both very exciting and quite daunting, because I hope it works. I've got a lot of cleaning to do, because some of this furniture hasn't moved in a very long time. If I was allergic to dust, I would be dead. Oh, I saw something funny. I saw something funny yesterday. I saw someone pointing out that Roombas and other robot vacuum cleaners are basically carnivorous predators because they, or I suppose carnivorous detritivores, I guess would be a better word, because they eat human skin. Because of course most dust is things like clothing fibers, but also dead skin skulls and, you know, pet dander and whatever. And so Roombas are carnivorous, which I thought was quite funny. All right. Bottom tier again, but there is a good chance of me getting to slap something, although armor schemes on these are a little bit chunky. Actually, on all of those, I can't really do much to any of those. Army, but even that's quite well armored.
Hydrate.
Well, I guess I'm a destroyer. Do I probably have the lowest concealment in the match. Yeah. Do I speak any French? Oui. Pourquoi? Yeah, Minoden, that is the thing now. So it actually used to be a thing, but they removed it because it was buggy, and they've now brought it back and implemented it properly. suspect it might get turned off during the season, but it is currently enabled as far as I know. It's just that when you're like standing around talking and then you're just going to end up with, you know, animals coming up to you and trying to kill you. I think it's just going to be really annoying. I misjudged that turn. You found a group in France you're digging? Cool. There's a Canadian group that I really like called Pomplamoose. They're a cover band. They're a cover band, and one of the band members is the CEO of Patreon, which I found out recently, chat told me, which is super cool. I didn't know that. Pomplamoose. Jack, yeah, I can't remember his surname, but yeah, he's the CEO of Patreon. And also an amazing musician. Oh, it's you. How did you spot me without me being spotted? Because briefly, I was out spotted. What is no, he can't be 8.4. That was really weird. Did anyone else see that? I got spotted. Which in this match, in theory, is physically impossible because I wasn't shooting. And I have the lowest concealment. So in theory, that's not possible. Probably dead. Margalino, hello. I don't really listen to that much music, Doorhandle, honestly. I decided what music I liked when I was about 14, and I haven't listened to anything else since, really. I'm not very adventurous when it comes to music. And I don't really listen to music. I've just got I am musical, like I'm a musician, I play music, but in terms of listening to new music, I haven't listened to new music for like decades. It's just not something I do. Music has just stopped being a thing in my daily life. When I started streaming, I just stopped listening to music. You know, just got out of the habit. What do I play? So guitar. But again, I haven't like learned guitar since I was about 16, so I haven't improved in 30 years. So while I have been playing for most of my life, I haven't been improving for most of my life. I'm playing every day. Yeah, I was spotted when I went into the cap. I was spotted apparently by the Azuma. Just over the water, which should be physically impossible. Because if I can see him, if he can see me, I should be able to see him. Because its concealment is considerably bigger than mine. Like when you are the lowest concealment in the map, in the match, and you are not shooting, and there's no radar or hydro, you should be able to see the thing that is seeing you. You run a monthly open mic game show Discord with prizes. What, a music thing? I'm not good enough for that. Peace and quiet might be interesting. Yeah, but Marcolino, if he can see me, if his spotting point, because it's a straight line, if my spotting point and his spotting point, if the line between those two things is capable of seeing me, I can see him because it's a straight line between 2 points, because spotting for ships is between 2 points. It's the spotting point on your ship, which is about there, spotting point on their ship. If that's it's a straight line. So that what happened should be impossible. Yeah. I'm just staying the hell out of this. Exactly, it's a two-way street. And if you are the one with the considerably lower spotting distance... Oh, fuck. City Slob, thank you for the invite, but that it's probably not for me. But like, please do send me the details, but please don't expect anything. I'm happy to take a look. Hey, Daytona. Oh, this is going to be another loss. Not that I've really covered myself in glory in this match. Mainly thanks to the janky spotting system, apparently. Because the reason that I pushed was I would see anything that was spotting me before it saw me, or we would see each other at the same time. Me being spotted without being able to see what was spotting me should be physically impossible. I wasn't radared, and I wasn't hydroed. City Slob, are you in Discord? Could you DM me? Because in a whisper, I won't remember to look. Also, this week is like super crazy busy, so I can't guarantee to remember this week. This week is a little bit busy and a little bit stressful. But the person that you should expose that to is Peace and Quiet. Because she's an actual professional musician type who might be interested, given that she's also a streamer. Somehow, I don't think one Missouri is going to beat an Amalfi, a Giuseppe Verdi, and a Kerfest. Cool, I can see that, thank you. Oh, thank you for the smoke. Oh, that's most kind of you. You could have killed me, but instead you have saved me. I love it when players do that. I could kill you, but I'm just going to squid ink, and you get to live. I don't accept friend requests because it's just not necessary anymore. Because when Discord implemented message requests, friend requests became completely unnecessary. So I don't generally accept friend requests on platforms unless they're actually my actual friend. I actually use friend requests for, you know, what they're supposed to be for. Because Discord just doesn't need that. Nice. Sneak in the cap. I should probably actually go through my friends list and prune it, because a lot of the contacts that I have in Discord are from before the message request system became a thing. Once again, I'm spotted without... I'm not being radared, and I can't see... How the fuck is that happening? Like, was Jen... Oh, it's him. Ignore me. That time it's me. Oh, fuck. I just did... Fuck. Can I get this up? No, is he gonna let me? Okay, cool. We do have a full health Lepanto. Before you and the Azuma got line of sight on each other, you were spotted via gun bloom. Was I? Was I really? Huh, okay, well, thank you for checking. I would not have thought that was the case, but okay, cool. In that case, that makes sense. Complaint withdrawn. We're gonna win. We might win. So yeah, I have a bunch of friends in Discord who are just there because at some point I had a conversation with them. So I might have to go through and prune that. There's just no need to have that connection. They might win a one cap. It's possible, yeah. If this Hawaii has a brain, they should win. Considering he was just shooting the Laria. Stop now? If only there was a mod. Yeah, exactly. We've got the mod. It's just not working. Why did everything move? When these mods expired a few days ago or a week ago, all the elements moved. The clock ended up in the wrong place. These ended up in the wrong place. You got your Hellhammers working? Nice. I did notice that the number of windmills that you have has increased. Because I don't log in very much. But I log in like every day. But for like 5 minutes. Just to run around and shove something in a barrel and log out again. And every time I log in, you've got more windmills. You saw your post about Eco. Will you be private RP server? So it's not private, but it is application based. So anyone, literally anyone, is able to apply. The applications are being done via the website, dimworld.net. You can find that address in any of the trailers that are on my YouTube. There's an associated Discord that you also have to join if you want to play. And it's via a simple application process. You have to just read the rules before you apply because you will need to answer questions in the application. But basically, as long as you show that you've understood the rules, pretty much anyone should be acceptable if anyone wants to play. So that starts on Thursday. There is a small bit of paperwork. But to be honest, that is mostly so that we can programmatically collect your Discord username, your Twitch username, Steam username, because we ask you to log into those services so that we have that all connected together so that we can do some automation. Talking of that, Manajin, I think actually there is, Bodus does make a donation link available if anyone wants to help them out with costs. Ooh. 983. Why is this Hawaii? 986? 989? Don't turn away. You need to kill it. 992. 994. Why did you turn your guns away? 997. Literally on the last tick. That was literally on the last tick. No, because the rest of the match is super boring, Tilted. Like, this is an exciting ending, but the rest of the match was super boring.
Donnell Martyr is subbed with Prime for 20 months total. Rocket launch detected.
Holy crap. It's not RP focused, it's hardcore RP. Yep. It is a role-play server. It's like about as hardcore RP as you can get. In the spectrum of not RP to full balls to the wall hardcore, you have to follow all the rules or you get killed. RP. It's pretty far over there. Don, thank you very much for the 20 months. Thank you very much for the Prime. What in the world was that? Yeah, I don't think a lot of people don't watch the points, right? A lot of people don't, even if they don't have the mod, the score timer mod, you know, you can still see the points. And a lot of people don't look at the points in situations like that. So that Laria probably didn't realize that he had to kill the Hawaii within a few seconds.
Hydrate.
Yeah, or could have stayed in the cap, absolutely, yeah. Is Numancia good? I think it's okay. I generally don't like the Spanish cruises, but I think it's okay. I'm just having terrible luck with this ship. Since I broke it a few weeks ago, I'm having the most awful luck. Yeah, so there's going to be loads of people streaming it, Adaldo. So Grumbles' group obviously has quite a few streamers in it. I'm streaming. Although I won't be playing directly with Grumbles' group, I'm definitely going to be interacting with them. And a whole bunch of other people. Peace and Quiet, Bodus, Mic'd Up Gaming, Mitauchi. There's a whole bunch of people. Mama Goat. Catray. And more. So if you wanna watch the season as an event to watch on Twitch, then there will be loads of people streaming it. You think it would have taken too long to get his front guns on target? I disagree, because they were already almost there and then he started turning away. They were almost on target, and then he started turning right. So I don't agree. Yeah, I think he was afraid of the Hawaii killing him. When I think, given the point situation, I think I would have taken the risk that that volley would kill him, because if it didn't, the match is a loss anyway. Like, there's no point in surviving to 1,000 points because you lose. You might as well take the risk. Oh, the rocket launch thing. That is my loving tribute to our Lord and Master, Jeff Bezos. It's my prime sub alert at the moment, but not for much longer. Is Jeff owns Twitch?
Failsafe 2000 is subbed for 51 months total at tier 1.
Failsafe, thank you very much for the 51 months. Thank you for making the long and difficult and arduous journey from YouTube to Twitch. All right, -3. Trump is an annoying ship to deal with, not as annoying as it is to play. Do I like Castilla? No. An American Tangerine Palpatine makes you have 2. I love that. I love that phrase so much.
Salutations, Mr. Mars. Thank you kindly for having me.
Hello, Jack. Well, smaller matchmaking definitely suits this ship. Jonathan Winters. I don't know who that is. Is that a comedian? What is American Tangerine Palpatine? You haven't heard the phrase Tangerine Palpatine. Okay. How can I put this delicately? Do you know who Palpatine is? Are you aware of Emperor Palpatine? Okay. Can you think of any politicians currently in the world who are known for being orange and behaving a little bit like a Sith? Anyone spring to mind? It's one of the many comedy nicknames for President Trump. It happens to be my favorite as well. There's some really good ones, but that's my favorite. Yes. All right, so we get the Richelieu. Hi. Knocked me a very long way sideways. Penultimate? It's a good word. Use penultimate in a sentence. We're going to test your English, Diego. Can you use that in a sentence? What does he want, Greenland? So he can put military bases on it, but also it has quite a lot of mineral resources. But unfortunately, it's under a massive ice sheet. But if those ice sheets melt, because a certain someone causes lots of CO2 to enter the atmosphere, then there wouldn't be any ice anymore. And the mineral resources would then not be under a massive ice sheet and would then be accessible. There is a plan. It's a very horrible plan, but there is a plan with some thinking behind it. It's just really evil. It's literally an evil plan. The plan, it's straight out of a cartoon or a movie. Cause environmental disaster whilst simultaneously taking control of an area that becomes more easy to exploit if there's an environmental disaster. That is literally the plan. What else could the plan possibly be? But it's irrelevant anyway, because it's not theirs. So they can't have it. Because it happens to be spoken for, you know? Oh, man, he managed to just get his tail in. Team, kinda need you to come over here. Please. There. That is really horrible explosion. Is that gonna kill you? Okay. Right, I'm gonna go over here and hope that these 3 ships forget that I'm here, go to B, and then I can go to C. The Greenland Foreign Legion. I mean, it would be a pretty good place to train a Foreign Legion, frankly. I'm pretty sure that's what Denmark uses it for, partially. Not a Foreign Legion, but they definitely use it for military training. Paragraph before the penultimate paragraph is the pre-penultimate paragraph. Okay. Oh, sorry, Diego. I don't think our region has the... Oh, I think I missed it, Diego. Sorry. I'm trying not to die right now. Is penultimate the penultimate word in Diego's vocabulary? I don't know. me. I don't really want to take that fight, but he is not pointing his guns at me right now. Oh, fuck. I always do that. You win this battle. Next win will be the penultimate win. You will need to finish the Ronklin ship. Good job. Well done. Yes, that is correct. I think that's correct. Let's just assume that's correct. Yeah, it's actually a really useful weapon. Oh god, he's coming right at me. Fuzzy lollipop. Give me that shit, thank you. Stop breaking my stuff. Oh man, this is one of those gambles. Am I going to survive the next volley? No. Oh, no, 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 you bastard. You actual bastard. You actual bastard. Oh, come on. Why would the crew have the... Why? Why would they not, like, yank it around while they're fixing it so it's pointing in the right direction when they get it working again? Damn it, Cleveland. Well, let's watch their team YOLO and die. First up, Yumahari. They get Greenland, you get Washington? I mean, Denmark-California alliance would be pretty cool. They don't really want California anyway. That's one. Then it's going to be the Carolina. Thank Jingles. I regularly do. All right, John, no worries. Oh, thanks for following on YouTube. Cool. Yeah, no worries, John. If you want to watch on YouTube, that's all good. Follows always appreciated everywhere, though. Isn't California's GDP like the same as the whole of the rest of the US put together or something stupid like that? I know it's enormous. Good night, till dead. Yes, let's hope that the bingo card for 2026 is, you know, doesn't have any marks on it by the end of the year. But yeah, many EU countries. Yeah, I know it's very big. I'm guessing that's a combination of tech, because a lot of tech stuff is based in California. Exports like wine. So there's a lot of like wine, oranges, avocados. A lot of sort of like high price farming goes on. Yeah, but movies doesn't really, I guess they're produced there, I guess. But a lot of like Hollywood, basically, in terms of filming, is dead. I was listening to an actress talking about this recently. and she was explaining that basically no filming goes on in Hollywood anymore. It's all just production, because labor laws and stuff in California now have got to a point where it's not economically viable to do filming in California, and so a lot of filming now goes on in places like Canada. So the crew will like just drive up to Canada, rent a soundstage in Vancouver somewhere, do the filming, and then all the production stuff goes back to California. And so the sound stages in Hollywood are pretty much empty. Atlanta, Georgia. Yeah, I heard that too. Marvel Garbage Universe? The MGU. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense if it's economically viable. Like, it's easy to access. The same kind of landscapes are available. Culturally, like the buildings and the cars and everything look the same. It makes sense. You heard Walmart's doing drone deliveries in Atlanta? Yeah, I heard that too. Saw a video of someone getting a delivery. All right. Hopefully, the next match, Diego, will be the penultimate match. Hopefully. And I can put it back in my pile of 50% Spanish ships. Should we start doing, because I'm very aware that a lot of you are second language English speakers. And of course, I'm a qualified English teacher with a fair amount of experience. We could make word of the day or phrase of the day a stream thing if you want.
Hydrate.
Just pick an unusual word or an idiom or something like that. Because most of you are like completely fluent, but you don't know all the words, you know. So that could actually be kind of interesting, because it might even be interesting for the native speakers. Yeah, and I love things like that. You speak Southern, nice. You have CKY. You have bad grammar. And yet, you are one of the few people who can spell grammar. So congratulations. You're an English teacher, but you teach as your second language. Cool. Yeah, I used to teach TESOL to speakers of all sorts of languages. But the biggest demographic was probably Chinese speakers of various kinds. Chinese and Japanese, probably. You have graham crackers. I can remember what those are. We have the same thing, but I can't remember what they are. We don't call them that, though. And we pronounce the name Graham very differently. Because you say more like Graham or Graham or something like that. Actually, you know, we kind of don't have that. Because at first glance, those look to me like they would be like a cheese cracker. Savory cracker, but they're not. Yeah, we don't really have that, actually. What do you, So I'm guessing you can use it to make the base of like a cheesecake or something, but what do you, if you have the cracker just on its own, how do you eat it? Do you just eat the thing, or do you put something on it? Cream crackers? No, because they're savory. Cream crackers are salty. Just eat it. Is this AI dubbed? Why are you sounding half English and half American now? Says Gordon on YouTube. I was accused once of sounding American by one of my students. I was teaching a group of students from UAE. And they had their teacher with them, their English teacher. But she was a native Arabic speaker. And she was completely convinced that I was American. And she would not drop it. She's like, but you sound American. I'm like, no, I don't sound American. What are you talking about? Like, I'd just come back from the States, and so I maybe had a little bit of a funny R here and there. I didn't sound American, but she was like, no, you sound American. I'm like, no, I don't. I have a Mississippi accent. I wouldn't even know what that sounds like. Yeah, I probably did. I mean, like, there's a few bits of it that have actually stuck, so I still say gotten. I still use gotten as the past participle of got, when in British English it is not. So I did pick up a few things. Y'all? No, I would actually really like to use y'all, because my English dialect does not have a plural you. Some British English dialects do. Like yous and ewins. But mine doesn't. And it sounds really funny when we say that. People look at you a bit strange. But I would love to have I'd love to have a plural you, because it would be so super useful. Guys. Yeah, I guess guys has become I don't like that, though. I got called guys today in the supermarket by a member of staff. And I almost said, Madam, I am not a guys. I am a sir, because I am a customer. Guys, would you like to try some yogurt? I think you'll find the phrase is, excuse me, sir, would you like to try some yogurt? Yeah, my favorite plural you, I think, is from the northeast of England. So around where Painsill's from, where they say yous. I had a teacher who was a Geordie say yous 2, yous 3. What others are there in English? Got yous, y'all, ewins. I think there's an English dialect somewhere that has a dual U, as in U2 specifically, but I can't think what it is. There are definitely other languages that have that as a base part of the language. I think there might be an English dialect somewhere that has that. You thought Brits didn't use the term sir? There is an exception, which is in shops. If I walk into a shop and a shop assistant addresses me and they don't call me, it's just my generation, but if they don't call me sir, specifically in a shop setting, I kind of like, that's a bit disrespectful. In all other circumstances, I don't like it. It's too formal. It's too stuffy. I don't like it. But in a shop, it sounds really weird. Like, it's fine if they just skip the honorific altogether. If this lady who was trying to like promote yogurt, if she had said to me, if she just looked at me and said, "Would you like to try some yogurt?" Or if she said, "Excuse me, would you like to try some yogurt?" Well, I wouldn't have even thought about it. But it was the fact that there was me and another lady standing next to me. And she said, "Hi, guys." Just kind of, it's overly familiar. Inappropriate. Don't like it. But generally speaking, in this country, we don't use that. We don't use sir, madam, outside of the shop context. So if I'm greeting someone, if I'm talking to a stranger on the street, there's no way I would call them sir or madam. It just doesn't happen. Yeah, in certain circumstances, if you're addressing someone in, like, so for example,
rocket launch detected.
Pre means before, and post means after. Using both at the same time would be preposterous.
pre means before and post means after. Using both at the same time would be preposterous. That is one of my favorite quotes. Another one like that, Telsnick, that I really like is the most stupid phrase in all of English. Now then. Which is a phrase. Now then. I'm sorry, what? Now then. What does it mean? Now then. Thank you very much for the 58 months. Preposterous. Was the employee younger? No, she's about my age. Yeah, about my age. Like, it's totally normal language. Like, if we'd been, it's totally contextual, right? So if we'd been outside and they had been just a member of the public and she was like, I don't know, let's say she was wanting help lifting something and she had addressed me and this other lady and said, "Oh, guys, can you help me?" I'd be like, that wouldn't have even occurred to me that that was inappropriate. But because we were inside the shop and she was an employee of the shop, it just got my hackles up. It's so culturally contextual. It's so funny. Things like that. Yeah, it's so funny. But yeah, Don, in certain circumstances, like for example, if I got pulled over in my car for speeding or whatever, I would totally call the police officer sir or madam. Because they're in a position of authority, and I have learned from my time working in the military, if you call people like that, sir or madam, or in the military, ma'am or mom, you tend to get what you want. I learned this very quickly when I was working with officers. If I was addressing an officer who was more senior in rank to my substantive rank, and I called them sir, I would get what I wanted. Because they like that. Gordon on YouTube is saying I should probably check my sound settings and put it back on national. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Gunny. As long as you call them sir, you can say whatever you like. I also use that quite a few times as well. Like if you want to give someone like a bit of an earful, which I often had to do. As long as you stick sir on the end of it, you can say pretty much whatever you like. Oh, I missed whatever that message was. One of the funniest things with the Air Force was when a captain had to correct a colonel. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah, I've heard it quite a few times from NCOs as well. Like if there's a sergeant particularly, or the one that you hear a lot, but although the officers tend to be very receptive to it, is warrant officers. So warrant officers here are very senior NCOs who are highly, highly respected. And it's a stupid officer who doesn't listen to a warrant officer. If you've got especially a young, inexperienced officer being talked to by a warrant officer who is calling them sir, like all the time because they're an officer, that officer does not listen to the warrant officer. They are dumb. Warrant officer. Diego is the highest rank of non-commissioned officer in the British Armed Forces. Enlisted, not an officer, despite the fact that the rank has the word officer in it. All right, let's do the penultimate match. Hopefully. If you put "sir" on the end, to tell something. Yeah, exactly. You, sir, are a complete moron. You shouldn't have done it like that. You should have done it like this, with respect, sir. I have said that many times. The right hand of God, right? Yeah, they are serious. I used to work with a few warrant officers. Some of them extremely senior. And they get all the respect, quite rightly. Because you don't get to that position without knowing what you're doing. Military etiquette is a weird and wonderful place. Is it true that I would say lieutenants will majority of the time listen to the NCO? Oh yeah, absolutely, of course, because they have a considerable amount more experience. Because although the officers are senior in rank, a senior NCO has probably been in the military for literally decades. They've been on multiple deployments. They've probably moved through lots of different positions, doing lots of different jobs. They've handheld a lot of different officers. And so they have a huge wealth of experience. And so a junior officer who doesn't listen to a senior NCO is an idiot. Yes, Grant, exactly. I wasn't expecting the Yugumo to do that. Flag or bannerman? That's pretty cool. Butter bars? I like that. I've never heard that before, but I know exactly what you mean immediately. They could do Diego in theory, but that is quite rare because usually they don't want to. Usually they're quite happy being an NCO. That's the career that they chose. Some people do, but if they're going to make the switch to officer, usually they do it when they're much, much younger, because warrant officers tend to be quite mature in age. So generally speaking, if that's going to happen, it happens to someone who's a lot younger. By the time you get to a warrant officer, you're coming towards the end of your career anyway. What the hell is this? This is the Torigo. Ow. Don't know what that was. That hurt. Hi. It's a Yorkaka. Yeah, let's respect this Yorkaka, shall we? Fortunately, I need to keep going. And there is a Torigo over there who's going to talk me again. I'm not going to be torpable, which is annoying. Oh, he's going to smoke. Let's slow down because Torps. He's not hydroing. Oh, look. If you're a destroyer, don't do that. Hello. It's almost like you told me what you were doing. Oh, I gambled with the F key and lost. Problem with the F key mechanic is if you don't quite kill them, this happens.
SPR 101 ST said.
Warrants in the US are separate. There are enlisted, warrant officers, and then commissioned officers. Warrants are highly specialized in Thera Field. The Air Force are now bringing warrants back.
Interesting. Yeah, a few years ago, I probably would have been able to explain the difference between American and British ranks, but now I probably can't remember. Yeah, secondary's got them, but unfortunately, they got me. Means now we need to watch the whole of the rest of this match to find out what the result. Ooh, a master gunnery sergeant? Holy crap. Yeah, I would imagine that's an experience that, or a lesson that most junior officers have to go through. That's something that's learned from experience. I think most officers go through that kind of Dunning-Kruger phase, you know, that they're like, you know, Cartman from South Park, I am the authority kind of thing. Like my authority. What's really super interesting, and then is if you move into, I don't mean you, but if one moves culturally into the sort of special forces space, as I had the privilege of doing, rank disappears, which is super, super interesting. I don't know if it's the same in the US, maybe not, but certainly in our special forces, they don't really do rank. Like, they have rank formally, but in terms of the culture, it's not really a thing. They're all on first name terms. Everyone talks to each other as though they're an equal, regardless of their rank, both enlisted and officers. Yeah, formally, yeah. So formally, the structure is all still there, but culturally, it's not used, which is super interesting. All of that, all of the, what's the word? Like, so formally, the structure is there. The command chain is still there. You know, the officer is still deciding ultimately what happens. Like, the chain of command is still there. And of course, the soldiers are aware of what everyone's rank is. But you don't hear anyone call each other sir. They're all calling each other by their first names. Like, there's no... If you saw a group of them standing around, you wouldn't know who was what rank. Very, very interesting. Completely different culture. Exactly, Gunny, yes. I think that's what it is. It's because they work in much smaller teams. Yeah. And they're all essentially doing the same thing. Yeah. So I'm talking about the United Kingdom. I have zero experience of other countries. Came across a few exchange officers, but not many. Yeah, Diego. So we have a few different units. It kind of depends what you class as special forces, really. But the two main ones that we have are the Special Air Service, SAS, and the Special Boat Service, the SBS. Those are the two main ones. There are some other units that you could probably consider to be special forces. Banana. Exactly, Grant. Yes, correct. No, I just ended up working on a project that was working with those guys. It's super interesting. Yeah, commandos. I don't know whether they would. I guess they would consider themselves to be special forces. Formally, I don't think they are. And ultimately, it doesn't matter anyway, because it's not really a. It's not really a distinction that makes any difference. Everyone has their job. Everyone does the job. That's all that matters. Do we have gherkins? Do you mean Gurkhas? Gurkha. Yes, absolutely. Royal Gurkha Rifles. I worked with many of them. They are all hilarious. They are all absolutely freaking hilarious. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because like it's flavors, isn't it? Slightly different flavors of things. Hello, sir. I'll be your Spec Ops today. How may I kill you? I'm pretty sure they don't ask you. Yeah, it's one of the things that I found really interesting, like, because I got to work with lots and lots and lots and lots of different bits of the military. And yeah, it's really interesting just going around like the different approaches, different cultures, different organizational structures, different traditions between the different services and even within the different services. Super interesting. Which bits of the military consider other, like which bits of the military have like derogatory jokes about which other bits of the military. That's quite funny. Yeah, that's definitely part of it, Viper. Yeah. I think because of, I don't think that's quite so true now. But certainly if you go back and look at the history of the formation of the SAS and SBS and where they came from with the Special Operations Executive, they were certainly chosen as people who could be given an instruction and then go off and execute that instruction, or prosecute, as they would say now, without having to go back and check if something went wrong. Is that their job, their only job, was to achieve the objective. These days, it's not quite so loosey-goosey, I guess. You're thinking about buying a Bismarck just to say you have a Bismarck? I mean, if that's all you're going to do with it, sure. Yeah, you do that. All right. Nearly there. So, Diego, if that was the penultimate match, what is this one called? The one before I start over, you're not wrong. We'll just ignore the fact that I just missed the battle button 3 times. Ping? Yeah, that was definitely ping. It was nothing to do with the fact that I'm just shit. Yeah, the combat controllers. They're I saw a documentary about that once. They're crazy. Crazy. We have, I can't remember what they're called now. We have a function in the Air Force. Oh, what are they called? Their job is basically standing on a hill, pointing at shit and making it blow up. Like, they're the ones who stand there with a radio looking at a site, and they're the ones who call in the airstrikes and stuff. I can't remember what it's called. Some of you will know. A wizard. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Yeah, they're the ones who do the lasing and that kind of stuff, or give coordinates. Make sure there's no friendly fire. Combat air... Is it combat... Is it that in the UK? Is it called combat air controller? I know that's the US term. Is that also the UK term? I'm not sure. I saw a documentary about what they do. Insane. TACP, what does that stand for? What does it stand? What do the letters mean? Tactical Air. I think what that would stand for. Naval Gunfire Support, yeah. Tactical Air Traffic Control, yeah, maybe it's that. TAC ATC, maybe. Air Control Body, yeah, it could be that. It's Operations Office. Yeah, there might be a few different names for it in different places. Basically, point at something, get stuff to bomb it. JTAC. Oh, it could be JTAC, yeah. Yeah, JTAC. Nice. And here comes the valve. RAF Regiment. Hey, I worked with some of them. Yeah, I think JTAC is the one I was thinking of. Probably because I worked with a load of regiment guys. And inevitably you end up having that. So what do you do conversation? Basically the answer to what do they do is they guard shit. What do you guys do then? Guard things. Okay, cool. You want to park a plane? We'll look after it. Want to park a plane somewhere that's going to get shot at? We'll look after it. Park a plane with nukes inside it? It's probably the Americans. Abracadabra was the book of acronyms. Nice. I literally, when I started working in that culture, which was a crossover between government, IT, and military, which means just like super saturated with acronyms. Double recursive acronyms, triple recursive acronyms. I once found a tetra-recursive acronym, an acronym in an acronym, and an acronym in an acronym. That was the deepest I found. So I had to carry around a little book so that I could write down all these new acronyms that I was learning. The thing is, it's surprising how quickly you get used to it. And because you know, if you don't abbreviate things in that environment, it's just, there's too many words. And so, you know, if you have an abbreviation that everyone understands what you mean, it just makes communication so much more efficient. But it takes a while to get into it. Even just moving from one project to a different project can be a bit of a shock. Because projects will have their own internal nomenclature. Abbreviations and related acronyms associated with defense, aeronautics, astronautics, business, and radio electronics. Oh, it's Raytheon. Okay. I work with them a little bit. I always thought they had the coolest name out of all the defense contractors. Which sounds cool. Raytheon. Compared to Thales or whatever. You work for Boeing? Or you work at Boeing? Interesting. Totally not a monopoly. Tanam, totally not a monopoly. Oh, you're a government auditor? Yeah, that's the kind of thing that I used to do. Checking up on contractors. Doing what we told you. Not skipping bits, are you? Are you actually doing this? I'm gonna come and look. I'm gonna come on Tuesday. You better have done it. Oh yeah, no, we've done it. You haven't done it, have you?
No.
Okay. Gonna do it?
Yes.
When? If I come back next Tuesday, will you have done it?
Yes.
You done it?
No.
Well, someone's not getting paid then, are they?
Can we have an extension?
Yes. You make armor parts for a Humvee. Interesting. Does that mean you get to drive Humvees? Because that looks pretty cool. I've done nothing, but we have won, so I'm not going to complain. Well, I do somehow have 100,000 spotting damage, so... There we go. Isn't it overwhelming, Haggis? Yeah, it can get a bit much sometimes. Like, sometimes I would be reading, like, I used to go through phases of it. Like, some days it didn't bother me at all. But then, like, if you had a few, like, if I was trying to read a document, like a technical document or something, which are very dry and difficult to read anyway, and there's a whole bunch of acronyms that you keep having to go and look up or, like, ask someone, that can get really, really boring really quickly. But fortunately, all the projects that I worked on had a glossary because I made them do it. Every time you create an acronym, you need to add it to the global glossary. Got it? Otherwise, you're going to get some nasty phone calls from me, because I don't like that. I did nothing, but we won. Probably because of these three. I have a feeling I was very good at my job. I was very effective at getting results. Necessarily sticking to the rules all the time, but I got the result. Bonk. Fixed. Did I break anything else? I broke Barbiano. I think that's the only two that I broke. I think. I think. Which means that the only wrong ships that I have at the moment on this account are Tier 2 to 4. Let's just check. Tier 10 carriers. Tier 10 battleships. Cruisers. A lot of cruisers. Destroyers. Pretty sure. Being able to do this without having to refresh my ranked output is very useful. Yeah, so it looks like we did it. So the question is, what do I do now? Do I have any missions going on? I don't think so. Doing some barrel working on Abraham. Abraham. No. Not really. And no. So, okay, so we don't have any missions to do. Have some fun? Yeah, that is the fallback plan. I can still do some progress on this and get some steel. Let's do that. Right. I would like to have fun in a... Oh. Well, will you look at that? Apparently that reset doesn't reset the battle filter. And it just so happens that it's shown me that I only have one battle in the Hagura. So let's just do that. Easy. You're making a whole new barrel? That's pretty cool. They're not small, are they? How long is an Abram barrel? That must be one hell of a lathe. Holy crap. Do you make the entire... No, because it's sectioned, right? Presumably you don't have to lathe the entire length of the barrel at the same time. Or maybe you do. I don't know. A coupon. All right. We are currently on a 100% win rate of one game. Smoothball. As Jeremy Clarkson would say, it's for shooting things over there somewhere. fake Templar. I love that as well, Jack. I mean, I obviously I have a background in learning about things like mining, and some of the machines get used for mining are insane. Like if you go and look at in Germany, for example, they have in the west of Germany, they have a lot of open cast coal mines. And they use some crazy machines, like some of the biggest machines in existence. These things look like something out of a steampunk game. They're insane. I think it's one particular open cast mine over there that has the biggest machine in the world. Get what it's called now. But yeah, it's just a massive. It's a massive bucket digger on tracks, but it's like insanely huge. And I've been around a few quarries while I was doing my degree, and you get this weird kind of optical illusion with some of the equipment where you look at it and you think, oh yeah, like your brain assumes how big it is, and then you see the driver get out. You're like, oh, oh, yeah, that's quite large, isn't it? Because the person who comes out of the cab is like a quarter the size you thought they were going to be. Rosyth, yeah, they would have some big stuff. There are 3 things aiming at me, but nothing shooting at me, which makes me very nervous. $9.7 meters? Ooh, that's loud. 9.7 meters?
Oh, like you'd recognize a vegetable that wasn't wrapped in a Monte Cristo sandwich.
I would have guessed like 5. You went out for drinks. And now you're going to the couch? Are those 2 things related? It's approximate. It's still freaking huge. Approximately 9 to 10 meters. It's still a very, 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 very long barrel. A week of scope creep? Oh, man. Love scope creep. This is why requirements are so incredibly important. A big part of what I used to do was keeping requirements in check. Yeah, that's the problem, Jack. Yeah, and it's quite, you know, on big like government projects or whatever, it's usually happens as part of the contract. But as you know, projects and teams and companies and stuff get smaller and smaller and smaller, that tends not to happen. So, for example, if you have someone like working as a freelancer for a small company doing artwork or whatever, tends to not be any requirements or KPI. It's all kind of just a bit done on the fly, which is all fine until there's a disagreement. And it's just a bit of he said, she said. And it's invariably the freelancer who comes off worse, not the company. Oh, really? Interesting. The colliery? Cool. This cap is extremely busy. There's a lot of stuff going on. I am not sure I am completely happy with it. June, cool. Oh man. I'm about to become the flank. I have become the flank.
Shall not.
No, I shall. Clapped his cheeks. I did. Ow! What the f... That was a bit overly violent, you know? A little bit much. Oh, no, it was. Those rockets hurt. I don't think they weren't bombs, they were rockets. Unless I'm blind. It's possible. If they were the bombs, then the Enterprise has insane AP bombs. The rockets are tiny Tims, I think, on it. Sting. Grant, there was a dev blog a few days ago with some changes to clan battles, so I don't know whether they've added them in, but sometimes they add extra categories to the missions that aren't possible. It doesn't mean that it's a thing. It just means that they couldn't be asked to remove the category. They do that all the time. No one can do it. It doesn't matter if it's there. You're gonna go and lie down. Okay, you go and lie down. Okay, drunk Bone Jenks. Go and lie down. Go and say bye-bye, drunk Bone Jenks. I do need the viewer number. Always happy to have a look. You are not drunk. Evidence would say otherwise. I have a bottle of port. I've been enjoying sipping this bottle of port over the last few days. It's one of my favorite parts of, because I'm not really into like Christmas and that whole period. But one of the things that I do love about it is I always make a few recipes over Christmas for like family and stuff that include port as part of the ingredients. And so I end up with like half a bottle of port left after that. So, and I love port. So then I end up just having a little snifter every now and again. Deluxe from subscribers help. So it's more to do with, as you've just said, the way that traffic arrives at channels on Twitch. The channel who is at the top of the category page tends to attract the vast majority of the random browsers. So if someone goes to the category page for a game or a topic, and they're like, I'm just gonna go and watch a Civilization 7 stream. And they go to the Civ 7 page, highly likely that they're just gonna click the first one they see. And so if you are that channel, then you get those views. And it's really obvious. Like I can tell when I hit that mark. If other people are on when I come on and then they drop off, I can tell because my numbers jump. Always happens.
Public service announcement. If suffering from the cold, a lemsip with a spoonful of manuka honey and 3 shots of single malt works wonders as a cure.
Good advice. If it's cooking port, it's Dow's. Dow's trademark, I'm looking at the bottle. Dow's trademark fine ruby port. It's a tiny little bit sweet. I usually get the other medium price port, whatever it's called. Which is not quite as sweet. This one's quite sweet. If you have no honey with a single malt, just add more. If you add more whiskey, you won't notice that it doesn't have honey in it. At least after 2 or 3. I think the point of the honey is that honey is antibacterial. Yeah, Jacques, I think Yak's point is correct. Demo for this game is almost entirely men, and I would guess the peak is somewhere around about 35 to 40 years old. So the vast majority are men between, say, like 35 and 55, something like that. And that demographic tends to be very, very into like history, like World War One, World War Two stuff, and also mechanical engineering stuff, but not into social media. So the vast majority, I have this conversation so often with people that I meet through the game, where you say something like, have you tried looking on YouTube? And sometimes you'll get like, what's YouTube? Not quite that bad, but like they won't be aware of what Reddit is. They won't be aware of what Twitch is. Yeah, I was the same, Viper. I was the same. I only discovered Twitch because of Flammo and Flambas. And their YouTube and jingles. And yeah, so it's the same reason why people in the game don't generally know like what's going on. They don't know what anything is. It's because they're not aware. They're not even aware of the fact that these news articles exist until they added it to the game recently. They just wouldn't be in the habit of going to the website, reading the news articles, looking at the dev blog. And the number of people who used to do that before they added the news feed to the game would have been tiny. I do wonder whether in some small part it's me over years, me whinging about that not being in the game, that has meant that Wargaming has actually finally done that, so that people can actually find out what's going on without leaving the game. Where, Lexi? You wish you got a video of Hula dying on the floor laughing. Yeah, you should have tried to come up with an excuse for him leaving the cameras running, although that probably would have been a really odd conversation. For no reason, Hula. After you finish your stream, can you leave the cameras rolling? Oh yeah, you could have gotten Hoop to do it. Yeah, they're just like, yeah, be there with a phone just in case, yeah. Oh well, hindsight is a great thing. I can imagine it. My Kopfkino is just as good as the real things. Yeah, that's why I waited for him to type something in chat before I did it. Like, is he here? Is he here? Is he here? I was really pleased that it worked as well as it did, because I wasn't sure it was going to. I really hope that we can kill this gear in time before he slaps me, because he will.
Make a U-point turn.
Good. Very good.
Now arriving at Bordeaux.
And, Jacques, I've ended up with a shawl neck sweater, which is better than the one that I cut up. I love that shawl neck. It's so comfy. It's only the fact that someone got me these fleece line. Well, 3 people got me these fleece lined hoodies that I've stopped wearing it for a while. I lived in that for weeks. I would have to go and check. Yeah, I've got the like cream colored one, this one, and then the orange one, but I can't remember I can't remember who got me which one. DOC. So yeah, that's an American thing. We don't do that. So to me, to my British eyes, it looks like health and safety, you know, outfit. It looks like something you'd wear on a building site. In fact, I'm sure like I've worn it in public to like the supermarket or whatever, and I'm sure that people look at it and just assume that I'm a contractor. Broadsiding in Georgia. What could possibly go wrong? Really hoping to get to him before. There we go. Please tell me you did not get your torps off. Fuck. Oh, man. My back gun that killed him was a little bit slow to get round. Or fire, even, maybe. Oh, that's gonna suck. Fuck. Oh, man. I really needed that back turret to fight.
Red Dwarf _ 19 resubbed with Prime for 2 months total. Rocket launch detected.
Nice to be back.
I'll cook. Give me a sec. Let's see if I can remember what tool. So there used to be a really good tool, but it's now not around anymore. Let me see if I can remember which one has the XP tool in it. The answer is no, not off the top of my head. But there might be a tool. Yeah, we want an exact number though, Jack. Red Wolf, thank you very much for the 2 months. I think maybe that does not say build stats. That says builds. A lot of people love Warships Builder, but to me, I open it and I'm just like, what the hell is all this stuff? I guess once you're used to it, it's okay, but I find it a bit overwhelming. I don't think Ship Builder has it. I don't think Ship Tool has it either. Whose face is looking back at you? As if Flamu? Is it me? Well, thank you, Google. Hey, Hellfire. 71. And where are you getting that from, Figma? 711040. Coot. So all the destroyers are somewhere in the region of 700k. So the lowest one is Harugumo, the second lowest is Shimakaze. And they're both like high 600, so 676 I think is Haru. Shima is very slightly more than that, and then the rest of the destroyers sit at around 700 or just over. Ship Edge tool hut? I couldn't find it if it's there. So generally speaking, the destroyers are all pretty much of a muchness, but one thing is generally true, and that is that the newer the line, the more expensive it is. So if you look at Shima, Haru, Earring, Rosevoy, those kind of ships, they tend to be a little bit cheaper. If you look at Elbing and the newer tech tree destroyers, they tend to be a little bit more expensive. Funnily enough, the poster was Grant. Well, there you go. Yeah, exactly, and that causes some overlap between old cruisers and new destroyers. Absolutely. So if you don't care which line it is that you reset, do Harugama. Obviously, if you don't like that line, or you have another reason why you don't want to do that, then don't do it. We're not winning this, are we now? Oh, it's gonna be 1-2. Grunt has more spreadsheets than Pratt has tabs, probably. It's pretty much a given that if you want some data to do with World of Warships, Grant is a good person to ask. Godeg, hello. Pratt has thousands of tabs. Someone so smart, he's also so dumb. It's just a really bad way of doing bookmarks. Saves the cache page where the bookmarks don't. Yeah, that is true. But how often is that useful? If that's what you want it for, why not just save a copy of the page? Because as soon as you click anything, it's going to reload and you're going to lose it anyway. So if it's the information on the page that you want, just print it as a PDF. Ashcan, where the frick are you going? And then, like, why are they driving along the coast instead of going... If they're going to abandon the flank, why would you not just go straight through? Why are they taking, like... Why? Why are they following the beach? Autopilot? No, autopilot wouldn't do that. Autopilot would go straight. It's that. It's the opposite of autopilot. Autopilot would take the straight to stream. Ow, that sucked. Right angles on this ship is such a trap.
Here be dragons.
Oh, really? Oh, really, Yakitus? Crossed it? I did not? Lies, slander, defamation. Thank you. The line was not under the hull. The line was adjacent to the hull. Thank you very much. I may have rubbed it. I may have scraped along it very slightly. Essex is currently the 13th most efficient ship to reset. Hugo, I'm assuming, is going to turn back in again. Or not? No, they're just trucking. So I'm going to get the cab. Oh, now they realize. How many ship lines? Oof, I don't know, actually. I would guess... Someone asked me this recently and I got it within... I think I said 50 and it turned out to be 47. Oh, do they have range? I don't know if they have range. Oh, if they don't have range, I'm gonna be sad. Oh, I am sad. I hope you saw those. Was it 57? Thanks, game. Thanks for that. Thanks. It's not like I wanted to shoot all of my barrels. Thanks so much. At some point, he's going to try and lob that island. $57 is nuts. Yeah, it's going to be 58 soon. Probably won't be too long. Probably, possibly this year, we'll be crossing the 1,000 ship mark. Is we've entered the year with more than 850. Wargaming do more than 100 a year, so I think it is possible. I really don't want to be one-shotted through that gap because he will try. I'm really surprised this Hugo's not taking shots at me. Hi. We see you high. Guns on this are being super laggy for some reason. He sticks his butt to that island, the more chance there is of him accelerating and taking these. Or me just outright killing him. Here he goes. Oh, no, 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 no. Come on. Oh, man. Don't make a mistake with the smoke screen. I'm spotted by the Nicholas. Why are my guns being so weird on this? The whole match. It's been click, click, shoot. Why? And the previous match. Something weird going on with this ship. It feels like I'm not connected to the guns. You know? And it's not the normal, like, it only does it every now and again. It's like every single volley. This is going great. That is 1-3. What? What? I wasn't there, Viper. I don't know. Getting into desk time. Once I start doing it, I'll probably quite enjoy the process because I'm looking forward to the result. But starting is going to be horrendous. So much stuff in here. I'm going to have to find homes for it all. What I might do, because the car is already in like de-junking mode, what I might do is, as I find things that I don't need, rather than like putting them somewhere in the house, I'm just going to take them straight out to the car. So then they're in the car. Because then I won't take them out of the car. And at some point, I can just take and dump them next week. Maybe even Thursday, actually. The disintegrator gun. I would love to have a magic disappears gun. That would be amazing. Magic it disappears gun that can only be used on inanimate objects. That would be amazing. One stuns, 2 kills, 3 they disappear. Why? Mr. Fusion or a Back to the Future DeLorean with the junk fuel thing. We're going. We don't need roads. All we need is some trash. Oh, was that Mr. Fusion? I thought Mr. Fusion was Spaceballs, along with Mr. Coffee and Mr. Radar. Did they copy each other? No, surely not. Which came first? Back to the Future, right? 1984? Such good music in that movie. Power Love. Who are they talking to? Orange Gneisenau. Why? In 1985, 3 different songs with the same title. Hit the UK #1. Yeah, got the title. Can you name the 3 artists? Oh, what? The Power of Love? And was it just a coincidence that they had the same title, or were they literally the same song? Because that's happened. Like, for example, with Wonderwall. With Mike Flowers' Pop beating Oasis to #1, which made me very happy. Completely different songs, okay. Power of Love. Bruce Springsteen. Right? The one from the movie. Is it? That's where I'm going to show my ignorance. There. Well, that's going to suck. Hey, Robert. For you. Huey Lewis in the news? I know nothing about music. Alright, let me just guess some artists. Cyndi Lauper. Wham. I'm trying to think of like mid-80s bands. Ow. Can I go dark? Myself out of the stupid position I've managed to get myself into. Will Lewis bought it late as usual. Frankie Goes to Hollywood. I am literally doing a 3.10. This isn't gonna be winning. Oh, this is. Oh man, this ship can't go to like 8-1. That's no. It's not allowed. I'm still spotted right now, which is going to be the destroyer and the cap. Him not turning in. Ooh, Bolognese. And I'm top. Nice. And see our AFK Gneiss now and just kill that for a bit. Maybe. Maybe. You DCP to flood. Oh god, sap is so horrible. Can't mitigate it. It's just ugh. Oh, no fire? Really? What a 20% fire chance. Hang on. That Akatsuki. Isn't that the name that was in chat earlier? Might have to have some words. Still full health. Still not connected. I have no idea who the Hooded Claw is. Lost Boys? Isn't that the vampire one with Kiefer Sutherland? That is very good. You're not talkative enough. Or maybe you should talk more. That's fine. Lurkin's cool. Lurkin makes the world go round. You don't have to talk.
Finally.
Bye, Alex. Sorry if your jokes broke earlier. Blame Twitch. Penelope pit stop in the wacky races. I am familiar with because I don't like that cartoon style. Not a big fan. So if that's a character from that, yeah, I'm not a big fan of Hanna-Barbera. Barbera, what it was called. Yeah, it's just, I don't know what it was. It's just something about the drawing style or the scripting or something. But as a kid, I just never liked the cartoons if it came from that house. Color scheme, yeah, maybe. There's something about it I didn't like. So if Wacky Races came on, I would turn over. What other Hanna-Barbera cartoons were there? Was, oh man, what was the pink dog thing? Like a detective who lived in an alley. Hannah, I might have been. Hong Kong Phooey, yes. Was that Hannah? Was the so maybe I don't know what all of the Hannah cartoons are, but no, I love the Flintstones. Yeah, Jetsons I never really watched. Scooby-Doo I wasn't a big fan of. Yogi Bear I wasn't a big fan of. But I love the Flintstones. Yeah, Huckleberry I didn't like either. Hong Kong Phooey, yeah, it's definitely the Hannah ones that I'm not likely to like. I didn't realize though that Flintstones was in there. Rhubarb and Custard was Hanna-Barbera? No. Best theme tune ever. So good. Tom and Jerry? Yeah, I wasn't really into that either. I wasn't really into cartoons, to be honest. Maybe that's more. I just wasn't really into cartoons. I guess what it was is that at the time, when I was sort of like late single digits, early teens, there were more modern cartoons on TV that I was more into watching. And so those ones probably felt sort of a bit old and a bit outdated. Because I would have been more into watching things like DuckTales and the raccoons and things like that. Defenders of the Earth, yeah. No, why can't spotted by this Zumo so I can turn to attack the puzzle. Oh man. Okay, I have to go for this. What, unless he turns out. Unfortunately, my guns are on the wrong side for the flipping carry. And dead. Not dead. And dead. Not dead. Oh. No, Minnesota, don't do it. Oh. Yay! 4 straight losses in a Haguro. How? Now what are you gonna do? You also missed. The Great Grape Ape Olympics. Remember that? Oyster Home? Yeah, and then there was a bunch of British like stop frame stuff that I would have been into, like Stop It and Tidy Up was a big favorite of mine. Watching Tony Hart's art programs with the morph segment in the middle. Super Ted. Banana Man. Can you get drops here? You certainly can. Name of the cat in the straw boater that said exit stage left. Yes, I know the one you mean. Oh, I can picture his face. And I can't think of the name. Top Cat. That also had a really good theme tune, if I remember correctly. I can't quite bring it to mind, but I remember liking the theme tune. Not Top Cat? Pretty sure I can envisage the one that you mean. Unless I'm thinking of Top Cat. No, I'm not thinking of Top Cat. It was more like a straw boater, right? Might just maybe I'm misremembering what Top Cat's hat looked like. Snagglepuss? It's not Snagglepuss. I used to be able to do a really good impression of Snagglepuss, but I haven't done it for years. I need to practice. I used to be able to do the entire intro. I used to do it as a little party piece, but I've completely forgotten it. Top Cat with the funky flat hat. Yeah, it could be. I'm remembering it as a brown color, though. That's just how memory works. Ugh, 20%. That is depressing. Oof. Ugh. 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 Talk about lumpy. That's terrible grouping. A hippo? The Great Grape Ape Olympics. I have never heard of it. Great Grape Ape Olympics. Okay, I'm seeing a grape-colored ape. I'm guessing that's the Great Grape Ape. Great Grape Ape. There's a dog. Yogi Bear's in it. Not seeing a cat. Deputy dog.
_EU resubbed for 66 months.
Pet that dog. Thank you very much, Bilgewater, for the 66 months. That is extremely kind of you. Sorry, my PC is not happy because it's been on for several days without being restarted. And it's done a lot of video editing and stuff, so it's a little bit needs a restart. Thank you so much. The year will be almost 2% over, and now you all want to kill Gek. Black Beauty. I love Black Beauty. Mainly because of the theme tune. I love the Black Beauty theme tune. I also had the book. Swap Shop. All right, let's do one more and get this to be... Is this going to be the... Hang, wait, is this the boundary of the brokenness? No, I can afford one more loss. Hey, Rev. The matchmaking has finally been kind to me. Sort of. So apparently, I haven't personally, but apparently he streamed. So he is at least capable of that. It's bedtime, Sam. Okay, Sam, why are you red? Why are you red, Sam?
Eject.
It's weird.
Eject.
Why are you red? Red? You're not red. Why are you red? Red because of AFK in chat. Obviously, yeah, it's one of the key requirements of being a moderator is obviously that your name is red. So, synonymous with the Novorossiysk. I get the count one. Sam does not want to be a mod and has hurriedly changed his name back to Blue. maybe blues can be supermods. Maybe blue is the color for lead moderators. Oh my god. I fumbled my fingers. Oh, the turret turn on this is so... The turret turn and the turret angles are so punishing on the ship. I really like these, but it can be a little bit difficult. Good night, Sam. Which was the name of my first eco character. I remember his second name now, even if he had a second name. Matchmaking acting up. I mean, this is the first nice match that it's given me. Last 4 have been a bit... Ugh. This time it's giving me broadsiding and monos, which is quite nice. Paid actor? Yeah, they're not getting paid though, because I paid for the full deletion package. And they did not deliver. Hello, reversing Omaha.
I am the best CV man on the earth.
What goes in hard and dry and comes out soft and wet? Pasta.
Scott 4291 gave 100 bits.
Accurate observation. Thank you very much for the 100 biddies, Scott. Exactly, Rev. Exactly. So they're not getting paid. Now, are you going to turn back out again? I think you are. So let's go with that. Okay, you're angling really well, but you're shooting me with HE and then landing short. What's going on? I am going to start heading towards the cap because I got a funny feeling our other flank is going to fall apart. That Shinonome is absolutely going for the cap. So if I don't go back, none of these people are going to, because they're all still looking that way. Oh. Destroyer did not go back to the camp. Oh. I noticed the clan tag on the Shin being R7S. What I didn't notice was that their div mate is very handy. Hmm. Okay, this Omaha needs to... You two got that. It's gonna be another loss. It's gonna be 5 straight losses. Okay, I haven't been 100% paying attention because we've been talking about interesting things for the last 2 hours, but I have been, you know, playing a bit. So I think a 0% win rate over the last 5 matches is not, you know, great. Yeah, maybe. Right, let's burn a Dunkirk, because that's what they do. Now he'll push the cap. Oh, man. Let's try and get this Dunkirk, I guess. Trouble is that Shin's going to have a 43 with him. Yeah, it is quite fragile. The problem with these ships is that if you angle, like you have a reasonable belt, and you're quite small, you're quite maneuverable. Your guns are not maneuverable. And so the temptation is to run along broadside so you can shoot all your guns, but also not to turn, because every time you turn, you lose your gun aiming because they're so slow. And so I get slapped in this cruiser all the time because I'm like, oh, but I need to shoot stuff. Is not doing that drastically lowers your DPM, and you don't have the range to broadside stuff safely like you do in some higher tier cruisers, or even same tier cruisers. Because you take something like a Lazo, for example, you can broadside all day in that because you can be a long way away. Why did I talk to the right? Pop quiz. Can't believe it. 1-5. And today, 0-5. Cannot believe it. Oh, man, I wonder where he was. So he's in the cap, and they ran out there, and he's there somewhere. Oh, no, big pardon. That was a Kiwi. Never mind. Take it back. This is like the other day where I kept getting COTS divs on the other team over and over and over again for some reason. Why are these guys playing tier 6 for? For a community that tends to be like, we only play tier 10. They play a lot of tier 5 and 6, you know? Usually when I want to. Let me kill you. That's so threatening. Oh, go on, let me do it. Yeah, I haven't focused so much on it recently, but mainly because of the win rate challenge and stuff. But yeah, 5 to 7 is a pretty nice place to be. And loss. Yay, 5 freaking straight losses in a... Oh. So annoying. Especially as the last piece of Warships that I'm going to do for like basically a month. In any serious way. To go out on 5 straight losses. Maybe that's a sign. Yes, Stats, you need to take a break. You go and play your little eco game. $17. Ugh. Today has not been successful. 5-7. Yes, the 2 sleeps. 2 sleeps until Ecomas. Tomorrow is Ecomas Eve. And then Thursday is Ecomas. And then Friday is building day. I don't know. Trunking day. Have I even applied? I don't need to apply. I already have the password. I was there when the world was formed from the ashes of Mount Bodis. Bodis is saying I had not. Well, he hasn't either. He hasn't applied. Aya hasn't applied. Outlaw hasn't applied. Stealth hasn't applied. So if admins applying via the website is a requirement, no one told me about it. And I'm already in there, so, you know. Recycling boxes day, exactly. Talking of recycling boxes, that is one of the mods that we have included. It's a custom-made mod made by Demorals and Bodis, who've worked on a lot of our mod stuff together. So we actually have a mod, a DRP mod, which includes recycling. It's really cool. You can read about it in the patch notes. It allows you to take materials that quite often end up sort of surplus, like for example canoes, because they get out-teched very quickly, and recycle them back into base resources that you can then use or sell. Pretty cool. There's some nice graphical assets that go with it. Looking forward to seeing what people do with it. Right, chat? It's time. Say goodbye to the last few moments of this setup, hopefully. Because you will not be seeing this again, although it's not going to look that different for you. At least initially. Will I save the Redwoods? I don't think my character... Well, maybe he would have an opinion about the Redwoods, actually. Yeah, maybe he would, actually, now you mention it. Yeah, he probably would. You'll see when you learn the backstory, but... yeah, he probably would do. Maybe we'll make that a little thing. I'm not particularly planning on living near where they are, but maybe talk to people about it. Yeah. Eco-terrorism. Yeah. Right. Should I take screenshots? No. For your point of view, it won't look that different because I'll still be like, when I'm playing, I'll still be chest up. It's just I'll be able to move up and down a bit more. Right. Where am I taking you? So I won't be around tomorrow because I'll be doing desk things. The DRP guys might be live, so Bodis might be live for a bit tomorrow, doing a sort of like a pre-party thing, I think. So he'll be around. I'm going to raid you over to one of the other streamers' channels. We'll be streaming Eco, hopefully. Currently, it's a fish tank stream. This is Catre. Catre will be playing. So if you're interested in watching DRP, make sure you go and give her a follow. There's actually a page. If you go to dimworld.net/community, there's a page that shows all of the live channels. So once DRP starts, you'll be able to go to that page to see who's live. All right, let's get that raid set up, and I will see you on Thursday, hopefully. Tech issues and furniture issues notwithstanding. YouTube, I will see you soon. See you Thursday for Eco. Bye.